taking out raw materials rather than moving people around. So I think it's a good point for a conversation. So I remember 3 months ago in Abidjan, I was making the same remark during the Africa Transport Forum organized by the African Development Bank. The other objective is to promote economic growth, obviously, because we believe that an efficient transport network is capable of enabling movement of services, goods, people across borders. That may actually drive industrialization and regional development. We want as well to accelerate, obviously, regional integration, and basically, train is the best, I would say, vehicle to reduce greenhouse gas emission, because we shift freight and passenger transport from road to rail, not necessarily shifting, but at least, especially for the freight, so it's always good to have rail. That will help as well developing local expertise. Is one of the objectives of this AIRN, and it's very important. Now, as of today, there are 13 pilot projects across the continent, East, West, North, and Southern Africa region. Those 13 pilot projects have been identified, and those projects are in various stages, from planning to feasibility stage. We have key stakeholders on this process. Of course, AUC is the number one, because they really lead at the political level. Ourselves, ODNEPAD, as a technical agency. We have as well the REX, our member states, obviously, and we are actively working to secure funding through diverse sources. Those sources include partnership, of course, but also partnership through PPP. Eventually, we need really to accelerate, build capabilities to have proper PPPs. That require as well better, bigger, I would say more intentional engagement from the MDBs, multilateral development banks. We have the African Development Bank, European Investment Bank, AIIB as well, actually. By the way, we are happy to see AIIB for the first time, I think, in PIDA week with us. For us, we really want to value this partnership, and thank you, Andres, and the team for coming here, of course. We have EIB, African Development Bank, which is our bank, and European Union with us. We also need domestic resources, obviously. So, in terms of financing, since this is the conversation we are going to have, we believe that to overcome those challenges, it's important that we think in an innovative manner. There are challenges, obviously, when we build the rail system, because they're quite expensive. The SGR usually are capital intensive. They require substantial upfront investments. There is also a need for political coordination, and of course, we have seen from experience in few countries that when you are planning, the sustainability of operation is key. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. We have seen, I think, the experience actually here, especially in Ethiopia. So there is a lot of things that need to be done. I wouldn't say much, because the experts, as you guys, I have been requested to do the opening, because I'm very much interested by this conversation. So it's not just for me to do protocol. I have an intellectual interest, and I have a professional interest in this actually rail system. So thank you very much, all the panelists, and I will hand the floor to the moderator. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Maria Lafont from International Union of Railways, and I will be moderating this session. It's great to see you this morning. So I will start by introducing our panelists. I'll start from all the way from the left. Left for me, there is Helena Belashev, CEO of Ethiopian Railway Corporation. Oh, sorry, Professor Levin, could you please join the panel? Yeah, Professor Levin from Northern Corridor Authority. Okay. Okay, so I'll start presenting the panelists. From this side, Ms. Helena Belashev, CEO of Ethiopian Railway Corporation. Fabio Di Stefano, leader for Transport European Commission. Okay, I'll speak louder. Professor Lewin, Northern Corridor Transit and Transport Coordination Authority. Andres Pizarro, Transport Sector Manager, Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank. Mamadou Dia, Director of Railway Department, Ministry of Transport of Senegal. Mr. Epifania Carvalho de Mello, Manager of PIDA PPF. It's a project preparation facility, African Development Bank. And Christian Chavanel, Director of Rail System and Coordinator of Africa Region. So, yeah, sorry.
That's correct. Me, Manager of Infrastructure and Partnership Division.
Right. Great. Sorry
Infrastructure
about
Urban Development Department of Africa.
Okay, great.
PIDA PPF is inside.
Oh, it's inside, right. Okay, was wrongly noted. Sorry about it, Mr. De Mello. Okay, so we might have another panelist joining online from Chad, but we're just waiting to see if she can connect. So I'll start by asking questions our panelists, and then let's see if we have time for question and answers, and maybe some quick takeaways at the end of the session. So we'll start with the hosting country, Ethiopia. Helena Belashev, you are the CEO of Ethiopian Railway Corporation, and railway in Ethiopia is one of the big success stories on the continent. In addition, Djibouti-Addis Ababa Railway is the only cross-border standard gauge link in Africa. It's a vital connection between two countries for trade and transportation. Could you tell us what is the transformative role of rail and corridor development in Ethiopia?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me today. I'm very glad to be part of this session. It's an interesting question for us. As we all know, railway is a very huge investment, but it can serve for many years, which can move bulk cargos and which can transport goods and people for many years with minor maintenances. So for us, railway is a matter of survival. What is the transformative role? When we see it with corridor development in Ethiopia, it can be understood in many ways. The first thing, it will boost the economic growth and trade. Trade facilitation, when we say economic growth, rail and corridor development, it enhances connectivity within Ethiopia and across the borders, supporting trade and investment. If we say that you have an efficient transportation system, it will reduce logistic costs. One way or another, it will decrease the logistics costs, improve market access for goods, and it will enable Ethiopia to leverage its strategic location. It will also improve export competitiveness across corridor. The second is it will connect us with our neighbors, regional integration. It will tie Ethiopia more closely with its neighbors. As you know it, at Djibouti railway line, it directly connects us to the port, and we are able to access Red Sea. So it promotes regional integration in line with AU Agenda 2063. The third is industrialization and urbanization. When we see industrialization, when we say industrialization, rail, it encourages industrial growth by transporting the inputs, industrial inputs, and it will enable different industries to export their goods within a very small minimal costs. In Ethiopia, some cities are formed because of the railway line. We can call Djibouti, Dreidawa, Bishoftu. There are different cities which have been formed by the rail corridor. So it will facilitate and improve the mobility among the urban areas. The other is it has environmental and social benefits for us. If you go for a modern railway, it reduces carbon emission. It has a zero carbon emission, and it will reduce our fuel dependency. If we electrify, the cost of electricity in Ethiopia, when compared to other costs, is somehow cheapest. So it reduces the fuel dependency, and electrified, it reduces environment pollution. It aligns with the Ethiopian green economy. So in general, it fosters social inclusion, enable rural communities to access urban areas. It plays a significant role by creating a job opportunity during construction period and even after construction, during operation. It can hold a lot of young force for operation and also for construction. So we can say that railway can act as a catalyst for other development and infrastructure investments as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Klina. I think we'll be all looking forward to more news from the success story in Ethiopia. And maybe we'll have now a look at more other railway projects in West Africa. Mr. Dia, Senegal is going through a real railway renaissance, and TER is, of course, another big success story on the African continent. Could you, and you also have so many other railway projects going on, could you maybe say a few words about the railway projects and also mainly develop your challenges and expectations about funding of these projects?
Merci Maria. Donc, pour le Sénégal, ce que nous voulons faire s'inscrit dans une politique globale, qui est une politique de développement des chemins de fer à l'horizon 2050. Et que cette politique qui repose sur une vision de construire un système ferroviaire sécurisé, respectueux surtout de l'environnement et de l'équité sociale et territoriale, mais également qui offre un service de transport performant. Et donc cette politique se décline en 3 orientations stratégiques majeures, donc qui sont le renforcement de l'interconnectivité des branches d'activité économique en vue de densifier les flux démo-économiques pour la croissance économique, le soutien à la politique d'inclusion sociale et territoriale, mais par le désenclavement et la revalorisation des territoires qui sont traversés par le rail, mais surtout la promotion de l'intégration régionale africaine avec plus d'ouverture du Sénégal sur la ZLECAf, la zone de libre-échange économique. Aussi, il convient de souligner que cette politique ferroviaire a pour vocation également de relancer et de développer les chemins de fer afin de consolider et d'élargir l'échelle, disons, du territoire au niveau régional au bénéfice des opérateurs économiques et surtout. Donc nous avons un certain nombre de projets à l'horizon 2050 qui concernent surtout la réalisation de cette politique afin de disposer d'un référentiel surtout unique, opérationnalisé par un programme global cohérent d'investissement pluriannuel et de réforme institutionnelle ayant comme objectif de doter le secteur d'un réseau ferroviaire de 2000 km répartis en 7 grandes lignes principales, mais également les gares à réhabiliter, à construire, des zones de stockage, des plateformes logistiques, le renouvellement du matériel roulant, la construction d'usines de traverse, surtout de créer un écosystème industriel ferroviaire à l'intérieur du pays. Et ainsi donc, par rapport à ça, donc nous avons une ligne prioritaire. Et cette ligne prioritaire, c'est la réalisation du projet du corridor Dakar-Bamako. Ce corridor Dakar-Bamako fait partie intégrante des objectifs de connexion régionale, que ce soit au niveau du NEPAD sur la ligne Dakar-Djibouti avec l'Union africaine, au niveau également de l'organisation de la conférence islamique qui demande la ligne Dakar-Port-Soudan, et au niveau de l'UMOA et de la CEDEAO, la zone économique, l'ECOWAS et la CEDEAO. Donc ce projet, et pour nous, notamment cette partie, Dakar jusqu'à Kidira, c'est la frontière avec le Mali, sur une distance de 644 km. Cette ligne, pour rappel, a été construite et mise en service en 1924. Depuis 1924, elle n'a pas connu de réhabilitation majeure. Et elle est dans un état de dégradation très avancé et que aujourd'hui le Sénégal vraiment veut reconstruire cette ligne en écartement standard, c'est la politique de l'État. Maintenant, ça va nous permettre pour améliorer la compétitivité des chemins de fer sur ce corridor. Et c'est la priorité qui est accordée avec, je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, un écartement standard, des charges à l'essieu comprises entre 22 et 25 tonnes pour permettre une vitesse commerciale qui peut osciller pour le fret entre 90 à 100 km à l'heure et pour le fret entre 120 et 160 et pour le voyageur entre 120 et 160 km à l'heure. Mais le principal problème auquel nous sommes confrontés, et je pense dans la plupart de nos pays, c'est sur le financement. Donc la problématique de la mobilisation des ressources qui constitue un défi majeur pour la réalisation des projets d'infrastructures ferroviaires et de renouvellement du matériel lourd. Aussi, donc, la mise en œuvre de la politique ferroviaire exige, pour réaliser son ambition, de mobiliser aussi des ressources financières importantes, de les gérer aussi dans un cadre sain, efficace et transparent. Donc, le but étant de définir un modèle économique pertinent, facilitant la mise en place de mécanismes appropriés et pérennes, aboutissant à un financement suffisant, cohérent et respectueux des exigences du cadrage macroéconomique et des finances publiques. Donc, nous, ce que nous visons à travers ce financement, donc, c'est la mise en place d'un fonds de financement dédié aux ferroviaires, qui se fonde sur des principes tels que donc, le développement et la valorisation des actifs du chemin de fer, propriétaires d'un patrimoine mobilier et immobilier, dont le nantissement pourrait dégager des ressources substantielles pour soutenir le financement des projets du schéma directeur. Il y a également le financement par des partenariats publics-privés, aussi bien avec le secteur privé national qu'international pour le développement de cette ligne. Le recours aussi au financement innovant, notamment les financements verts, le financement également populaire par appel public à l'épargne à destination autant des Sénégalais que de la diaspora africaine. Mais aussi le recours aussi à la finance islamique, qui est aussi une niche sur laquelle nous sommes en train de réfléchir. Parce qu'on veut vraiment un recours minimal au budget de l'État pour éviter les déséquilibres des grands agrégats macroéconomiques, parce que c'est un financement lourd. Je peux donner comme l'exemple, nous étions très avancés dans un processus de négociation avec l'accompagnement du Canada, mais là où on avait un peu buté, c'était plus sur la garantie de l'endettement, parce que nous sommes dans une zone UMOA, l'Union économique monétaire ouest africaine, où les critères de convergence nous disent que la dette sur le PIB ne doit pas dépasser 70%, alors que le financement à l'époque était estimé à 3 milliards d'euros. 3 milliards d'euros, c'est presque 2000 milliards de francs CFA. Rapporté à la dette globale, donc on dépassait largement ce critère. Donc ce problème de garantie qui se posait à l'époque et auquel aujourd'hui des pistes pour réfléchir sur ça sont en cours avec les nouvelles autorités. Donc le fonds qu'on veut mettre en place constituera donc un instrument financier efficace pour sécuriser le financement. Donc il permettra de diversifier les ressources avec 3 avantages majeurs pour
project up to commercial and financial close. In third pillar, we have PPP development fund that supposed to generate fund to support these two components. We are now in the process of procuring a framework consultant in different sectors to help us work with our client after we get in the PPP mandate to bring project from structuring to commercial and financial close. And in my vision also, we have AGIA, Alliance for Infrastructure, for Green Infrastructure in Africa. You know, the trend now is to go into green. And then in order to go to green, you need to prepare the project. Due to our experience, long-standing experience in preparing the project, the bank decides to put Alliance of Green Infrastructure in PICO 3 division for helping prepare this green project from the concept stage till the bankability stage. Then, apart from the Alliance for Green Infrastructure, we have now division, what we call it, PPFN, Project Preparation Facility Network. As you know, that's a network of project preparation facility in the continent. At this point in time, we have 17 project preparation facilities in that network. What are we doing there? As you know, now the bank is changing the approach to tackle the development. Before, banks just going on the project base. Bank now is leveraging development through corridors, programs, which means it's in that context now we're talking about PIDA Part 2. When I was recruited in the bank, we start preparing 2 countries projects. And then at that point in time, in the context of ICA, you have basically a short-term action plan for infrastructure, medium to long-term strategy, then PIDA PAP 1, now we are in PIDA PAP 2. All these iteration of different project programming, what you have in complexity. Now, you say about the funding of railway sector. You know, the cost of preparation project is increasing because the request for assistance that we're getting is to prepare corridor project, economic corridors. That you have different things, economic corridors that I'm going to cite now. And then the cost, is great. It's not 2 million, it's not 3 million. We have Vietman, the corridor, that's the starting with the Egypt, navigation in Nile Basin, he ends up in East Africa, Burundi. The cost for preparation, $17 million. Nepal PPF as a project preparation facility, we have funded from our donors, but we cannot allocate $70 million for a single project. This is why we need to leverage other partners to co-finance those projects with us. Initially, we put a seed money of $2 million to start preparation, but through this project preparation facility network, through the concept that we call tunnel of funding, we bring in other project preparation facility to finance, to co-financing this $70 million. And then we will invite any players in this, in the area of project preparation facility to join this PPFN. We're going to have meeting in second week of December, for network member. Is the right platform to help us address this increasing cost for project preparation, say, on the funding side. And apart from that, we also have, because everything that we do in infrastructure, you need to measure your impact. Then we have a literature, a report they call Infrastructure Financing Trend Report in Africa. There is a market intelligence that provides information on the finance that goes to support projects in different regions, in different sectors, economic sector. That gives donors, on stakeholders, investors, idea of how financing is going to different regions, different sectors on the support for development infrastructure in the continent. We have all these things, and then this ICA has also a feature of advocacy and a coordination platform where the donors come together to discuss about development and finance infrastructure in the continent.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. De Mello. It's all very clear and very interesting. Well, I think it makes a good basis to maybe join a conversation on partnerships, and particularly African Union and European Union partnership. It's been quite a lot of discussion in the last couple of days. We had sessions yesterday afternoon. So Fabio De Stefano, you are in charge of coordinating the Sub-Saharan Africa regional programs financed by European Commission, and you personally have an extensive experience of work in Africa. What is the contribution of EU via Global Gateway to funding African rail projects? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. And allow me not to repeat again the presentation of Global Gateway that I guess you heard a lot. But I mean, let me just focus on the railway sector, which is one of, under the transport sector. So transport is a big pillar of the Global Gateway of the European Union, notably in Africa. And because of the green dimension of the railway transport mode is one of the preferred modality, and it's therefore one subsector in which we would like Global Gateway to invest more. We were talking about moving from road to rail. This we are indeed in that logic. I also like to say that there is, as you know, also another priority of the European Union now is the critical raw materials, and we believe that railway will be instrumental also to let's say access critical raw materials and allow the movement of these materials. The other element that I want to emphasize is that in Africa, of course, we are aiming at supporting the implementation of the CFTA, and all road, railway, waterways network constitutes the backbone of the continental integration, so that is a bit the big frame. Now to become a bit more specific, as I said already in previous panels, our geographic focus will be on 12 economic corridors that we have identified 3-4 years ago. And I like also to say that the kind of project we like to support is not only railway links between countries, but we are also talking about urban light trains, let's say like that, or even the last mile connection with ports or airports to develop the multimodality. We can also, and we are willing to also invest in rolling stock material, or as I was mentioning yesterday, also in the signaling of the rail lines in order to improve the efficiency of existing railway lines. Of course, there are a few, the big question I think that we have also to ask ourselves, Africa is going towards the development of standard gauge railway, but today there are still a lot of narrow gauge existing. So, of course, we have to make a joint choice. I mean, African partners, they need to make a choice. Investments are important, so I think we should work on both. We should promote also the interoperability of the different modes that we have in Africa. But it is challenging to decide what to do. Resources are limited compared to the needs. And I wonder sometimes, because I will explain, I will list the project that we are financing under the Global Gateway in the railway sector in a few seconds. But I mean, the big question is, shall we, partners, donors, invest in several parts, splitting the funds, or or African Union and a partner, they should say, okay, now in the next 5 years, we go for these 2 or 3 mega projects where we all work to make them happen. So, and that is a critical question because, of course, there are political sensitiveness of all of that, but this is a bit a question that we also have. What I didn't hear yet is the role in terms of financing from the private sector. So railway is a sector where private investors shall come. And I think a critical thing in the past was that several railways were managed by governments, so were state-owned. And I think I can say, without creating too much disappointment, that probably those kind of lines were not being the most effective. So we need to find a way to develop public partnership, public-private partnership, concessions, affermage en français in some cases. So we really need to give the opportunity to private sector to come, to manage, to operate, and to invest in lines. And there we need to be clever, because sometimes private sector, they go where they feel that they can go. So even if we have a fantastic political will, then the private sector, they don't feel it because the regulatory framework is not there, because the play level field is not appropriate for them. So this, for me, it's challenging, but let's not forget that without the big private companies, I think that the railway sector will not get enough funding. Now, maybe just to become a bit more concrete, we are working on today. We're working on 5 concrete investment programs in Africa. One is in Cameroon, is the Belabo Gaoundéré railway upgrade. And to explain that we are working together with other partners, we cannot do alone, that is clear. So we are working in this case with the Agence Française de Développement and EIB, of course with CamRail. It's a project overall of 250 million where we are financing 25 from our side, so this is a rehabilitation. Then we are working, we have recently approved
slowly becoming members. So for instance, this year we had 3 or 4 countries becoming members. And at the moment, we have a digital transformation project in Rwanda, an energy project in Rwanda, a rural road project in Côte d'Ivoire, and we're preparing projects in Madagascar, Togo, Benin, and we're prospecting. We have in South Africa. We're prospecting many places. At the moment, we do not have a railway project in Africa. But we are very keen to explore the possibilities. I think I've covered most of it, so I'll leave it there for others to speak.
Well, thank you so much. Well, I hope you will have many rail projects to come in Africa in the very near future. Maybe we can have a look at the projects from Northern Corridor. So as a reminder, the 6 countries which are covered by Northern Corridor Transit and Transport Coordination Authority are Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, and Democratic Republic of Congo. The corridor also covers some northern Tanzania and parts of Ethiopia. So we have with us Professor Lewin. Could you please tell us what are your challenges and expectations in terms of funding of rail projects of the Northern Corridor?
Thank you very much, Maria, for having me here. It's a privilege to be part of this panel. I'm called Professor Lewin Chiralirwa, Director for Infrastructure Development and Management of the Northern Corridor Transit and Transport Coordination Authority, which has been very well presented by Maria. Thank you for that. In the Northern Corridor, we have 2 modes of railways which are running parallelly. Number 1 is meter gauge, all the way from Mombasa to Malaba, the border with Uganda. And then happy here because Fabio talked about how how private sector should be involved in railway business. In the Northern Corridor, from 2005 up to 2014, 2015, there was a concession which was called Rift Valley Railways, which brought together Kenya and Uganda in terms of meter gauge. But unfortunately, it did not work well. Instead of 30 years, it stopped, I think, after 10 or 15 years because of inefficiency. But all in all, apart from the meter gauge, there is standard gauge railway running all the way from Mombasa to Nairobi, 500 kilometers. Then from Nairobi to Naivasha, which is estimated between, let's say, 120 kilometers. Both passengers and freight container rails, standard gauge railway, is using both passenger and container. The passenger train runs at 120 kilometers per hour, while the container train moves at 80 kilometers per hour. There is something special with the standard gauge railway in Kenya because it crosses, at some places, it crosses parks. And environment has been taken into consideration because the rail in the park has been raised to allow animals to cross under the railway. That is something which helps and contributes to environment and also giving the rights to the animals. What can be said now in regards to container train for SGR? This moves between 180 and 20 containers. And sometimes double deck is used where containers are put one on top of the other, which now can carry between 360 to 400 containers. And this helps to remove from the road almost 400 trucks. It contributes to reduce pollution, but also to protect the road, which is a huge investment. What can be said now, this is in Kenya, the rail moved from Mombasa, SGR, to Nairobi, Naivasha. The next step is from Naivasha to Kisumu, around 252 kilometers, before now going to the border with Uganda at Malaba, which is 137 kilometers. Then for Uganda. Last week, His Excellency, the President of Uganda, launched the construction of standard gauge railway from Malaba to Kampala, 272 kilometers. That project took time because, first of all, it's a Chinese contractor who had to handle the project, but it has shifted now. It's a Turkish firm which will build the SGR from Malaba to Kampala. Once in Kampala, then Rwanda will pick from the border of Mirama Hills all the way to Kigali. Coming to Rwanda, Rwanda has concluded feasibility studies and has also opened the corridor where the standard gauge railway will be running. Burundi, South Sudan, and DRC are now at the stage of feasibility studies. But it should be noted here that in the case of Burundi, they also have another section of rail with Tanzania from Musongati to Uvinza and then Bujumbura. And this will run up to DRC, then Bukavu, and it will continue. So on the case of Burundi, they are playing on two sides. The one of the Northern Corridor, for which feasibility studies are being done, and for the Uvinza, Musongati, Bujumbura, the project has been launched. I think this is what can be said. Also, Northern Corridor, under what we call Northern Corridor Integration Project, NCIP, we have a cluster of standard gauge railway, which meets twice per year. And Northern Corridor is very happy because it has partnered with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Uganda, which is in charge of that project within the region. The next meeting is planned for December. We are yet to have the confirmation of the dates.
Thank you.
We also, as the Northern Corridor, work towards multimodal transport, combining rail, roads, inland waterways, and the pipeline. And in this regard, the Northern Corridor aims at linking Indian Ocean to Atlantic Ocean with what we call an inland between Mombasa and Matadi in DRC.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Levin.
It's okay. I think that's okay. I can stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's see, maybe there will be questions after that for the Northern Corridor. We'll have a look at another important aspect of this session, which is regulatory framework. Mr. Chevenel, could you please explain the policy and regulatory framework and the necessary adjustment that could support the implementation of interoperable corridors on the continent to facilitate the cross-border transportation and catalyze funding? Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. So, UIC, the International Union for Railways, was created in 1922, and we have over 200 members, and we publish operational standards. That's the reason why we have some suggestions to facilitate cross-border operations on corridors. When you go from one country to another country, if you change the locomotive, the wagons, the train drivers, and so on, the trains is not competitive. So for an efficient corridor, railway corridor, you need to facilitate cross-border. For that, there are some examples. And for that, we need a regulatory framework. First, it's important to have the same technical specification for interoperability, explaining how to harmonize the infrastructure, the rolling stock, the energy, the noise, the telematic applications, but also operations. If you harmonize based on technical specification for interoperability, you facilitate cross borders, you accelerate the trains, and then you call in operational standards, then it is very easy to implement them. Another example is the private contract compliance with national and continental laws. For instance, at UIC we manage in Europe a contract called GCU. With this contract, you have the guarantee when you exchange wagons, because the railway undertakings don't own the wagons, and this contract gives the guarantee to the leasing companies and to the railway undertaking to facilitate the exchange of wagons at the border. Such contracts could facilitate the cross-border operations. So what is important is to have technical specifications based on technically operational standards. These technically operational standards should be discussed and prepared by both the railway sector and the governments and the national and continental authorities. If you do that, it's possible to give to the financial institutions documents which increase trust and could catalyze funding mobilization.
Thank you so much. It's certainly a great topic which could be discussed more and in more details. Do we have a panelist online? Or
yes, we have one online.
No, let's see. Okay, we should have with us Madame Zahra Mahmoud Hissène. Est-ce que vous m'attendez, Madame?
Oui, je vous entends, Madame. Merci beaucoup.
Ok. Donc, Madame Mahmoud Hissène, directrice générale adjointe Office national de chemin de fer du Tchad. Madame, en tant que pays enclavé sans connexion ferroviaire quelles sont vos contraintes pour amener les bailleurs à contribuer dans le financement de projets ferroviaires? Avez-vous contacté les bailleurs et qu'est-ce qu'ils vous ont répondu?
Oui, d'accord, merci beaucoup de nous accorder la parole. Je salue l'assistance qui est présente. Le Tchad, c'est vrai, c'est un pays enclavé. Nous sommes entourés des pays limitrophes qui ont accès à la mer et nous utilisons le corridor principalement de Douala qui est au Cameroun. Le Tchad entend développer des projets de chemin de fer d'abord pour désenclaver le pays intérieurement et puis avoir accès aux différents ports. Nous avons le port du Soudan qui est aussi limitrophe au Tchad, le port de la Libye, c'est aussi un pays limitrophe du Tchad, les ports du Nigeria, via le port de Lagos ou bien le port Harcourt, et les ports camerounais qui sont les ports de Douala et Kribi qui sont plus sollicités aujourd'hui. Les principales contraintes que nous rencontrons aujourd'hui, le Tchad ne dispose pas d'une stratégie nationale de développement de chemin de fer déjà. Donc nous avons plus ou moins projeté nos attentes par rapport aux besoins réels même du pays. Donc le premier objectif aujourd'hui, c'est de diversifier aussi les corridors. En plus de vouloir diversifier les moyens de transport pour développer le ferroviaire, nous sommes obligés aujourd'hui de développer nos corridors. Le Tchad dépend d'un seul corridor et donc c'est aussi pour avoir son autonomie par rapport à cet unique corridor que nous utilisons aujourd'hui. Nous avons eu à travailler en partenariat avec la BAC pour réaliser les études de faisabilité des différents projets qui ont été programmés. Actuellement, nous avons 3 études disponibles, à savoir les études pour la ligne N'Djamena-Ngaoundéré pour rejoindre le port de Douala, et puis les études pour la ligne de N'Djamena jusqu'aux frontières soudanaises, jusqu'à Adré pour rejoindre le port de Port Soudan, et puis les études dans le cadre du G5 Sahel, de N'Djamena jusqu'à la frontière nigérienne, dans le cadre du projet de G5 Sahel. Donc ce sont les 3 études qui sont disponibles. Le problème que nous rencontrons aujourd'hui, c'est que la promotion de ces projets se situe juste au niveau des structures en charge de ce projet de chemin de fer, même si un plaidoyer au niveau des plus hautes autorités est en train de se faire, mais la position du Tchad avec tout ce qui se passe, avec les contextes sécuritaires, avec les contextes politiques, nous rend un peu difficile de faire ces plaidoyers-là et de promouvoir les projets de chemin de fer. Ajouter à cela la situation économique du pays et la capacité aussi de mobilisation de financement auprès des partenaires.
Merci beaucoup,
Voilà
Madame,
ce que je peux
pour cet
dire maintenant
exposé.
par rapport au projet.
Merci pour cet exposé très complet. Si vous pouvez rester encore un peu avec nous, on verra s'il y a des questions de participants. So we've heard all our panels, and let's see if there are questions from the audience. So, yeah, well, yeah, please.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, various speakers. My name is Femi Aufala. I'm from the African Capitalists. We provide early stage capacity building for first-time project developers. And a number of things have been said with respect to the railway infrastructure in Africa. And I would like to share on 2 major issues. Is the choice, number 1 is the choice of feedstock. I think in designing these infrastructure opportunities, I think it's important to pay serious attention to the choice of feedstock, whether it's coal, diesel, or natural gas, or whatever sort of feedstock that is going to be used. One important thing that has not been mentioned here is the importance of using natural gas through LNG to drive these various railway infrastructure. And if you don't pay important consideration to the use of this natural feedstock in itself, it actually makes your viability funding a bit difficult, because you now have to start using dirty fuel to drive, a sustainable railway that is providing social value. The second important thing I would like to also pay attention to is I've not heard enough regarding the willingness to pay. There's so many regional corridor railways happening in West Africa, in East Africa, in the southern, and also in the northern corridor, as been mentioned. But what is going on regarding the willingness to pay by the users? Yes, the railway could have viability in terms of being viable, in terms of, yes, let's have this railway. It solves economic problem, it solves social problem, it helps to reduce the burden on traffic. But what is the key thing regarding to the willingness to pay? And I would like one of the speakers to provide clarity on that. And that brings the issue of the viability gap funding. And that's really why a number of private sector investors you hoped should have come here to come and invest in the railway, they are shying away because they can't really see the willingness to pay happen. The other important thing which we have to recognize, which a lot of work has been done by AUD NEPAD and the PIDA team, and now we are moving on to PIDA 3. Key important factors within a railway project any private sector owner doesn't want to overcome or doesn't want to handle is the environmental and social aspect of things. So what is the role of the various governments in each specific country to ensure that the requirement for stakeholder engagement, because every railway project will have some level of displacement for people from where they're living, it will have some level of pollution based on the feedstock being used. The critical thing now is how can we harmonize to ensure that when the private sector comes in, the issues to be dealt with in terms of the environmental, social, and governance regarding the railway has already been, laid down and already been clarified through the NEPAD and the AUD.
Thank you for the wonderful presentations from different financials. I wanted to pose my first question to Asian Development Bank. I wanted to find out, your funding depend on membership? Richard was saying I had the corporate planning for Uganda Railways Corporation. So Uganda may not be a member for this Asian bank, but we have a number of projects that would be interesting for financing, especially in the area of green infrastructure development. I would love to hear from you. That's number one. Number two, the issue of grants has not been fully emphasized. I wanted to tap into that facility, whether we can apply for different grants, especially still to address the issues of green infrastructure. And then lastly, I wanted to hear from Ethiopian experience of railways. I wanted to hear from you on nature-based solution in railway development. As Uganda, we are implementing a project from African Development Bank, which has a component of nature-based solution. But it would be good that now I'm here, if there is a component of nature-based solution that has been incorporated in Ethiopian railways, I would be glad, before even I go away, to interact and even check and see how you have incorporated nature-based solution. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We're just taking really one last question from our colleague in Nigeria, and then we have very few minutes to answer them, I'm afraid. So.
Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Musa Ibrahim. I'm from private sector. We are interested to develop a rail, and we are in collaboration with Germany Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, US Exim Bank, but we have a challenge. There are a lot of correspondences from our partners to regional governments. Up to today, there is no response. What support can PIDA do in terms of interface? We are proposing to develop over 30,000 kilometers of rail tracks across sub-Saharan Africa to discourage deforestation, people using wood, charcoal to cook, to move gas by rail, and then supply gas to power generation. Over 900 million people use charcoal in sub-Saharan Africa. So what role can PIDA do in terms of interface? This has been going on for years. It covers West, South, East, and Central Africa. I want to know what role can PIDA do in terms of collaboration and interface with the regional government? Because it's very frustrating.
Thank you. Could I ask maybe for very rapid questions? We have to wrap up, I would say, in 5 minutes, because there is another session on energy studying with ISIS right after that, and we're already a bit late. So, yeah.
Okay, I'll start with the easy one. Yes, colleague from Uganda, you have to be a member country to benefit from our financing. Kenya, Rwanda are full members. Tanzania is doing the process, so we welcome your membership. To answer the question regarding the experience in Asia, Asia is very varied. You have countries with very low domestic financing costs, but I'd say in general, the railways and the metros have been done with government state financing, with exceptions. For example, Bangkok Metro has issued bonds and can finance itself with the bond issuance. But this, I think, my experience is the network has to have a certain volume to be able to do this. Indian Railways, Chinese, even Thailand, Laos have built greenfield railways. They're doing with government financing. There is a case in Thailand at the moment where they're building a high-speed rail, and this is a concession that's been signed to a joint venture, but it has a large viability gap financing, which essentially is the state is financing the infrastructure and the rail systems, and the joint venture is providing the rolling stock and the operational systems and will operate. I've never seen in the world anything other than a large viability gap financing in this type of thing. And this goes back to the question on the willingness to pay, if I may. I think we shouldn't confuse financing with funding. Funding is where the source of the money comes from to pay the financing. So the sources are only two. It will be user fees, and that will be limited by the willingness to pay, and you're completely right. And the other is the rest of the population through taxing. That's the only genuine sources of financing. We can talk about all the financing instruments, the loans, the ODA, and all you like, but at the end of the day, it has to be paid. And at the end of the day, it's paid by the people in the country. So if you have a cap in borrowing, then you can't borrow anything. Or if there's it's a service that you cannot raise the fares, then you won't be able to get the repayment going. And to introduce the private sector, which is fine, there are two problems with the private sector. One, its borrowing is going to be more onerous than public sector, simply because of the risk. And secondly, they have profit margins. So it's fine to bring in the private sector, but you're limited to the cost of financing and the ability of the user to pay. My experience is railways, unless they're only freight, where the issue of willingness to pay is mitigated because these are private sector companies that are moving goods and they can finance it with a profit, it is very difficult to have private sector financing passenger railways solely. Thank you.
Thank you. And
yeah, okay. I group the questions that mean different questions. The gentleman talk about feedstocks, willingness to pay, viability gap funding, that he talk about environmental social impact assessment, stakeholder engagement, and harmonized private sector mobilization of domestic capital. Let me just try to respond.
It's a lot, but just very rapidly. I'm very sorry. But you do your best.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We have in the bank a PPP framework that basically will help us de-risk the projects to make sure that the private sector will come. In the risk in the project, all this, I mean, your
super bien intégrés au niveau national et puis au niveau régional. Donc les chemins de fer doivent jouer un rôle fondamental dans la connexion de nos citoyens, dans le désenclavement de nos régions et dans la promotion d'une mobilité qui est inclusive au service du développement. Nous, à l'Odanepat, nous pensons que c'est vrai que le marché peut amener des investissements, ou plutôt un potentiel marché peut amener des investissements dans la création d'une ligne ferroviaire, d'une ligne de chemin de fer. Mais nous pensons aussi que créer une ligne ferroviaire au préalable peut aussi entraîner la création d'un marché. Donc il est nécessaire, je pense, de connecter les dots, comme on dit, connecter les points pour que nous puissions nous entendre dans le meilleur intérêt de tous et puis pousser vers la mise en œuvre de la stratégie de l'Union africaine en matière de connectivité, en matière de transport et puis spécialement en matière de transport via des chemins de fer. Donc encore une fois, merci à tous les panélistes, merci à la Banque européenne des investissements, à l'Union européenne, à la Banque africaine de développement, à la Banque asiatique pour les investissements dans les infrastructures. Merci à tous les pays qui ont présenté ici, le Sénégal, le Tchad, l'Éthiopie. Merci aussi à vous, les participants, et puis qui avaient posé des questions et puis qui avaient contribué. Nous avons affaire à un projet de longue durée. Nous ne sommes qu'au commencement, mais je suis certain que nous allons y arriver avec le soutien de tout le monde. On sait aujourd'hui que nous avons besoin de chemins de fer en Afrique et nous allons faire en sorte que ces chemins de fer puissent devenir une réalité et ne pas rester simplement dans les papiers. Merci beaucoup. Et un round d'applaudissements à notre panel. Merci.
Okay.
Et puis un round d'applaudissements à notre à notre modératrice aussi.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you to panelists. Okay, 2 announcements. Can you please stay for energy session, which is just coming up with ISIS? And at 2 p.m. in briefing room 4, there is a transport project boardroom. There will be 4 projects, Ethiopia, Egypt, Chad, and Comor, presented at 2 p.m. in briefing room 4. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat. We will be together, don't worry. I will help you. We will help you, Oda Nepat. I will. Just wait for me. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Yes, all the panelists, please come. Shaftan, you know, you are the big boss. Now you are giving us money. So, Jackie, she was with us. Now she moved. She's the one now giving money. So she's the boss. Huh? Yeah, we will.
Are we making up time and finishing on time, or are we taking some extra time?
No. We start now. We start now. I will introduce, and then I will go to another panel. Just want to do a quick round of introduction.
So you're not staying?
No, I have another presentation. I will come back to discuss. Yeah, because people actually messed up the thing. Ladies and gentlemen, please have. Hello. Sorry, can you have a seat? Have a seat. Please, just you can have your seat. We are going to start a very, very interesting, very good conversation about long-term energy planning in Africa, and we are going to do that actually with one of the leading think tank in terms of planning, scenario building, which is the ISS. The conversation is going to be led by Jackie Cilliers. So I'm just doing the introduction of the conversation. Then I will hand the floor to him and to Vivek. But let me start by saying that the Africa energy landscape, as of now, you could have seen that during all the PIDA week, we are at a pivotal moment, because of course we have a lot of challenges, and we do acknowledge as well the transformative potential that we do have. You could see from the Continental Power System Master Plan that we have developed, with the PIDA energy projects. You have certainly heard about the Mission 300 of the World Bank and the African Development Bank. We do have as well at the national level energy electrification plan, policies. Now, the point I want to make is that despite we have a lot of resources, being fossil or renewable, or fossil and renewable, we are in a transition. We want to achieve our energy transition. So despite our abundant resources, we are far from achieving about 600 million of our citizens who don't have access to electricity. And if you look at the Continental Power System Master Plan that we have, we project that by 2040, only 80%, 82% of our citizens would have access to electricity. And this is under the baseline scenario. So now, not only we multiply by 3 or by 4 the investments that we have today, that we need actually in terms of new power generation capacity, but also in terms of building and implementing robust regional transmission infrastructure to facilitate actually energy trade. I wouldn't actually speak much about the CMP AFSEM. The conversation here today is really about the long-term planning, and the long-term planning, what does it take actually to meet what we need to spend. We consider at ODNEPAT and our partners as well the visionary framework, but how are we going to implement it to advance our energy aspiration with a focus, of course, in terms of bankable projects, cross-border cooperation, mobilizing climate financing. But over and beyond that, how are we going to use this framework to deeply transform our economic landscape, and meet at the same time, actually meet our commitment in terms of energy transition, and at the same time meet our commitment in terms of industrialization. So all those questions, I'll leave it to the panel to answer to them. I'm sure that we are going to have a very good conversation here, and we'll learn a lot from Jackie and his colleagues from ISS. I would like to thank Jackie and his colleagues, because when we discussed this, I asked him if they can put a panel, and they quickly come actually with a solution, and solution for this conversation to happen here during the PIDA week. So this is the beginning of this conversation, and we'll continue to discuss more so that we can inspire each other and we can find solutions to really address our challenges in terms of energy access. Jackie, I will leave you the floor. Thank you very much for being here. Round of applause for our panel, please.
Thank you very much. Actually, I will start with a little bit of an introduction, if you don't mind, as moderator. I'm Vivek Mittal from Africa Infrastructure Development Association. I'm honored to be a moderator for this interesting panel. There is very little point in doing actions in the short term if you don't know what the long term looks like, if you don't have an objective and a target to meet in the long term. Equally, a long-term objective target without action in the current is also not of much use. It is combining the two is where we meet over here. With me today are, in addition to, I mean, it was Adamu, Director at ADA NEPAD, our Jackie Chiliers, Chairperson of the Board, ISS Africa, who's going to give us a presentation. And this will be followed by a discussion where we'll also be joined by Dr. Tovela Nerera-Jarere, Head of Secretariat, AEEP. Where we want to get to at the end is 2 or 3 takeaways that each of us can take home and dwell on and build on. So without further ado, may I invite Jackie Chiliers to start his presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Linda, if you can just, there's the screen share. Colleagues, I'm going to present to you from a very large website. There is a little brochure available over there which will allow you to access what I'm going to speak to about now. So we do long-term forecasting in collaboration with ADA NEPAD. And I'm going to present to you on our energy forecasts. There is a lot more on the website. I'm going to very briefly explain what we do. Working in collaboration with NEPAD, we do long-term forecasting for every African country, for every regional economic community, and for 17 themes across Africa's long-term prospects. Our forecast horizon that we use is 2043, which is the end of the 3rd 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. Because your forecast horizon, if it goes out till 2063, is your range of possibilities become unimaginable. So we use a long-term forecasting model known as the International Futures Forecasting Platform that is hosted and developed at the University of Denver in Colorado. I'm not going to explain this to you. This is a representation of the forecasting platform, which is a model of models. So we forecast about 500 variables. And the website that I've shown you, which represents the takeaway from this, is quite large. The website was launched by President Ramaphosa and the CEO of NEPAD, Nardos Bukele Thomas, in 2022. And the website, and I showed you the brochure where you can get everything on this website, has something like over 4,000 charts on it, so it's massive. This is what we do for every African country and for every regional economic community. We look at the bottom first at the current path forecast, where that country or the REC is going. And then once we have determined where it's what we refer to as its current path, its likely development trajectory, we model a single aggressive scenario in 8 sectors for that country. And then for REC, let's say ECOWAS, we combine that. So our forecasts are done at national level. So once we've determined the current path or the business as usual forecast, we model a single aggressive demographics and health scenario, a single aggressive agricultural scenario, education, manufacturing, infrastructure and leapfrogging, the Continental Free Trade Area, financial flows, governance, and these things give you a synergistic impact. So a better educated and healthy person is more productive than simply a better educated or a better health person. So it gives you an added benefit. And that what we effectively do is we see what is the development potential if all good things come together in each of these 8 sectors for the long-term future of that country or regional economic community. Once we have done that, once we've done that for each of Africa's countries, we then look at the impact of other developments, and I'm going to be speaking on some of those. Some of these other, we'll wait, the screen will come on in a minute, I guess. It's energy planning, says NEPAD. So once we have done that, once we've developed what is the current path forecast, what is those 8 sectors, and what is the development potential, and each of these interventions is benchmarked. Must I share again, Linda, or will it come up again? Should I share again? Oh, no, Linda's saying it will come up. Let's give it a second. Ah, there we are. Once we've done that for every country, we then look at then look at the impact of gender on development. We look at the impact of those 8 sectors on employment, on jobs. We look at the impact of climate change, of energy, and how global developments impact on Africa. That's why it's a big website. There's a lot of data. As I've said, more than 4,000 charts, and everything that I'm showing you is available. You can get this brochure and access. So, energy, as we know, is essential for economic growth. A rapid human development requires about 8.6 barrels of oil per person annually. So across this website, we forecast 6 types of energy: renewables, oil, gas, and so on. So that to make sure that we can compare nuclear energy with solar energy, we convert all the energy into barrels of oil equivalent. So it's just a standard measure of, so everything I'm going to show you is in barrels of oil equivalent. So about 20% 20 African countries produce 4% of the world's coal, 10% of the world's oil, and 7.6% of the world's gas. And there are the countries that are largely affected by the energy forecasts that we are doing if we refer to fossil fuels. Algeria, Angola, Botswana, Cameroon, Chad, the Republic of Congo, DR Congo, Egypt, Gabon, Gambia, and so on. So this is our forecast of global carbon emissions. The bottom is the rest of the world, and the top part is Africa. And this is a forecast that goes from 1960, the start of the independence period, until 1963, the end of Agenda 2063. So what we can see is how carbon emissions, in this case it's billion tons of CO2, increase. They peak for the rest of the world, and then what Africa's contribution is. So Africa's contribution to global fossil fuel emissions increases. It climbing to about 11% of the world total in 2050 and about 16% in 2063. Now by 2063, Africa as a region is a larger carbon emitter than almost any other region. And this reality, I don't think, people don't realize. And there are two reasons for that massive increase in carbon emissions. The one is that Africa has got a very large and a rapidly growing population. And the second reason is that population at the moment uses very little energy. And as that energy increases, Africa's energy production and demand is going to literally go through the roof. Africa will need vast amounts of energy to reduce poverty and improve the well-being of its rapidly growing population. The other challenge that we face is that relative to other regions globally, Africa is very dependent upon fossil fuels. We use little energy, but a lot of that is particularly diesel, petrol, and so on. Because we don't have an energy infrastructure. We don't have an energy network that is really connected. This is our forecast of energy production in Africa from 2000 till 2063, done in 6 types of energy. Other renewables, which is basically wind and solar, gas, oil, coal, hydro, and nuclear. This is in billion tons of oil equivalent. Remember that I explained that to be able to compare nuclear with hydro with gas, we need to convert it into a single type of energy, and for ease of reference, we use barrels of oil equivalent. This is energy demand per person, energy demand. I previously spoke production. This is energy demand per person on our current path forecast. Current path is Africa's likely development trajectory. On this trajectory, Africa grows, but it grows relatively slowly. Our forecast of Africa's growth out till 2043 is about 4.5% on average for each of Africa's 54 countries. That is not very aggressive. But this is what happens. So in barrels of oil equivalent, Africa goes from about 3.2 to about 4.9 barrels by 2050 to about 6.4. And you can see that our energy demand on our current path forecast is much lower than it is for India, for China, for the European Union, or for the United States. In actual fact, in the United States, because it is already highly energy demand driven, energy demand is likely to come down. So this is, on the one side, this is energy demand per person. But remember that I said that Africa's got a very large and growing population. So if we then look at total energy demand, the picture changes quite significantly. Africa goes from 4.6 billion barrels of oil equivalent in 2023 to about 12.7 billion barrels of oil equivalent in 2050 to about 20 billion barrels of oil equivalent by 2063. So our oil, our total energy demand is in actual fact close to that of India, significantly above the European Union and the United States by 2063. This is a very important picture to bear in mind when we are talking about where is the energy going to come from and where and what Africa's energy demand is going to be. Africa must obviously embark upon a low emissions pathway from fossil fuels in its own and global interest. The world is warming rapidly. On the current path forecast, that is at a very mediocre growth rate of about 4.5% average growth rate for all of Africa's 55 countries. Africa will release more carbon than China in 2065, and by 2083, our energy demand will be the largest globally. What happens in Africa on energy will determine the future of the world. Because of our rapidly growing population and because of the fact that we come from very low levels of energy use currently. So, to keep the Paris goal alive of 1.5 degree increase in temperature, United Nations Environmental Programme wants global coal production to end in 2040 and oil and gas production to reduce to 25% of its 2020 volume by 2050. We have modeled this. We've asked the question, what would happen if Africa did this? Without showing you the individual modeling, it's available on the website. This is what happens. So this is Africa's total energy production on our current path forecast versus the UNEP scenario to 2063. The top line is the current path of Africa's energy demand. The bottom line is what happens with Africa's energy production if we do what UNEP says we need to do. Coal, oil, gas goes down on the current path. It basically means Africa cannot develop, in simple terms. So, although much of Africa's fossil energy is exported, the energy production gap that follows the implementation of the UNEP recommendation is massive. It is not possible for Africa to do that. Africa needs a much slower transition from fossil fuels. Others the rest of the world, basically needs to give space for Africa to avoid the danger of stranded assets. Africa can swap some of our carbon emissions for as a carbon sink, because by 2050, Africa will require 13% of global carbon emissions and 22% by 2063. Africa cannot step away. We can reduce coal, we can reduce oil, but literally we cannot step away from gas. Some of the speakers made this point previously. And who else? Is the rest of the world, the implication is the rest of the world must reduce their carbon emissions to give space for Africa's development. Because if you do not do that, the continent is basically condemned to no development. So, Africa will not be able to close the demand gap following the end of coal production by 2040 and sharp reductions in oil and gas by 2050. The continent needs space for a slower transition from fossil fuels while constraining greenhouse gas emissions. We must transition. Those are the countries that will be most affected. So in doing this, we did another step. So we believe that a global carbon tax on countries with high per capita emissions and those that have historically benefited from high carbon growth path is needed. We modeled 4 scenarios. I'm not going to show you that. It's on the website. If you go to the climate section on our website, you will see the implications of 4 global carbon tax regimes. The first was a wealthy pay scenario where every country that is a high income country pays $175. In Africa, it would only impact on Seychelles because it is the only high income country in Africa. The second scenario is a polluters pay, where the world's top 20 emitters pay, and that would include South Africa and Nigeria. The third was an everyone pay scenario, where every country pays $25 per ton of carbon equivalent. And the fourth scenario was a differentiated pay, which countries pay according to their income classification. And they pay different amounts, $25, $50, $75 and $100. So all that I'm going to show you on this, in the interest of time, is that is the impact of those 4 scenarios compared to the current path or the business as usual forecast long term. The scenario, the global tax scenario that has the largest impact on carbon emissions is the differentiated pay scenario. That is the one at the bottom there. In the differentiated pay scenario, that's where countries pay, high income countries pay the most. Upper middle income countries pay a little bit less. Low middle income countries pay a little bit less. Low income countries also pay, but pay less than any of the others. We can reduce emissions by 15% in 2050 and 2063. So it keeps to a degree, it keeps the Paris goal alive. So to conclude, land and forest management in Africa can make an immense contribution to carbon mitigation, particularly in the Congo Basin, which is the most important in terms of carbon sequestration. Debt for nature and debt for climate swaps could facilitate debt repayments by investing in nature regeneration and climate action. Africa must, of course, implement energy and material efficiency measures. There's a lot that we can do to reduce our carbon emissions and become more efficient. And industrial development must proceed appropriately. Africa is very dependent on transport energy and lacks electrical vehicle infrastructure as well as energy networks generally. So our work is all done in support of Order NEPAD. And Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to present some of our thoughts.
I'm tempted to address you as Professor.
I am, but it doesn't matter.
You are Professor Raj. That was an excellent presentation, ground up, very granularly put together. Before I invite Dr. Tavella to come in, one or two quick questions for you for clarification. Do you include in the 6.5 BOE? Does that include the biomass usage, i.e., people burning forestry and shrub and that kind of informally, the old-fashioned type of energy?
Excellent question, because in actual fact, one of Africa's future is much more biomass, if we can get the technology right. It does not include that. Our fossil fuel does not include biomass.
So 6.5 BOE is non-biomass energy used on the continent. How much of that do you have an estimate for how much biomass are we using?
I don't, because as you would know, the majority of African households particularly use traditional cook stoves and so on and so forth. We also saw the figures in the previous event, or I think there was the number of Africans that don't have access to electricity. So there's huge usage, and we know that particularly charcoal use is very large on the continent, with large implications in terms of carbon emissions.
In terms of guesstimate, are we saying equal to the rest of fossil fuel usage or energy usage, or?
I think it's less, but I don't know, and I don't want to take a guess.
Okay, no, that's very kind. So worth having that clarification. Now, 1 barrel of oil equivalent, I was just looking it up, allows a car to drive, a typical car to drive about 500 kilometers. So that means, assuming there are 100 million four-wheelers on the continent, that means about 5,000 kilometers of driving for per billion oil equivalent, just in case people are looking for that reference. With that, Dr. Tavella, would you like to share your new role as Chief of Secretariat of AEP, and perhaps use a few examples, if you have some, on the work you're doing towards that long march towards 2063.
Thank you very much, Vivek, and good afternoon to everyone. And thank you also to Yaki, I think, for a very stimulating and thought-provoking, I think, presentation. Maybe I will start by just talking a little bit about the Africa-EU Energy Partnership, and then a little bit also just to connect with what Yaki has presented, and from the context of how we are working with the different African institutions on the various strategies, master plans that will somehow perhaps feed into the work that ISS is doing as far as the foresighting is concerned. So the Africa-EU Energy Partnership basically works to advance collaboration between Africa and Europe on matters pertaining to energy, and very specifically looking at issues around a just energy transition for both continents. And I think very important also in terms of what Jackie has said about, the differences between the different regions of the world, and how Africa perhaps finds itself in a very particular and peculiar situation when we talk about the energy transition. So we are looking at how do we promote the development of renewable energy as a resource across the continent, but also bearing in mind the fact that Africa, I think, has the potential in terms of also being that provider of energy, not only for domestic. There's some homework maybe that has to be done between ISS and AUD and NEPAD on these studies that we're doing, because you have analyzed the trajectory for all the countries. The Continental Power Systems Master Plan has done the same from an energy perspective, again, for all the 55 countries, looking at, what kind of assets are, currently in the different countries, what the outlook is in terms of growth and so on, and really come out with a mapping of what needs to happen, country by country, but then also at a regional level and then at a continental level. And the ambition there is to really see how do we look at the 5 geographic regions of the continent with their different and respective power pools. How do we make sure that we're able to achieve integration and interconnection between those different power pools such that the continent is able to meet its own demands as far as energy is concerned, and move energy across the continent from where there is high supply and maybe relatively low demand to areas where perhaps the demand is higher and supply is lower. But then also beyond that, once we're able to meet our domestic demand, how do we take that energy and export it and use it also in terms of improving our economies? So I think when we now are starting to look at this issue of the differentiated approach in terms of how we approach the energy transition, it is also important then to factor in these plans that we have, which are very long-term plans, which are really looking at what should we do in terms of building the infrastructure, building the relevant enabling environment, and then making sure that we are able to actually also achieve this interconnection between the regions such that we can actually trade in electricity across the continent. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a very comprehensive outline of where we're headed. Now, I see some a potential, I wouldn't call it a conflict, but a disagreement brewing between Africa and sort of the other developed worlds, if you will. Allow me to explain that a little bit. And that, if you look at it, but actually before we go there, Jackie, in 2063, we'll be looking at about a 2.5x increase in fossil fuel generated energy, from 6.5 to 15. What is your view of the population and GDP around that time? Do you have off the top of your head some? Okay, so while you're looking at it, let me introduce a couple of other things as well. We will talk about the here and now. What do we do in the next 2 to 5 years to get onto this scheme? The two things that I'm looking at are, one is we have this CBAM, and we've seen figures over here that by 2063 or even 2050, Africa will be well ahead in total terms, total emission terms, of North America and the US. In GDP per capita terms, perhaps not. In energy per capita terms, not. We'll still be far behind over here. We have CBAM, the Common Border Adjustment Mechanism, if somebody doesn't know about it. That kicks in now. We also have an issue that there are 30 countries that have no domestic fossil fuel resources. What do they do in this slower transition? So I'm laying out some of the dynamics that we're facing ahead of us. Certainly if African leaders, African nations, African private sector decide that actually a slower transition and growing fossil fuel capacity, generation, etc., is going to be the norm, we shouldn't be looking for capital from the developed world. It's very clear that the European Union is not going to be providing that. It's very clear that the US is not going to be providing that. Or that may change in February, but right now that's Japan is not providing that. So will you reflect on these dynamics and how do we resolve that?
Let me first start with the first question you asked about. So Africa's total GDP, the size of the African economy, is about $2.7 trillion at the moment. $2.7 trillion. That's about 4% of the size of the global economy. By 2063, the African economy will be about $18.5 trillion. So we go from 2.7 to 18.5, yeah. In the meanwhile, the African population increases from about 1.5 billion at the moment, 1.5 billion, to about 3 billion people, just over 3.1 billion people. As you know, by mid-century, 1 in every 4 people born in the world, 1 in every 4 person in the world is an African. And 1 in every 8 person is a Nigerian. I thought I'll make the Nigerians happy. However, our forecast of growth rates for, I'm not going to let me make the Nigerians unhappy. At your current rates of total fertility, Nigeria will remain poor. If you do not change your fertility rates, you cannot grow GDP per capita. GDP, that is the important figure, GDP per capita. It's not the size of the economy. Because Africa will, in the next year or two, become the continent with the most poor people in the world. We already have. No, I think it's Nigeria, I'm sorry. Nigeria becomes the country with the most poor people in the world. What we need to do is we need to change GDP per capita. And on our current path forecast, even on our most optimistic forecast of GDP per capita, the gap between Africa and the rest of the world continues to widen. Our growth forecast for Africa on the current path in the era of slow growth, globalization, you've all read The Economist, slow growth. Our current path forecast for Africa is about 4.4% growth, economic growth per year. If we throw everything, remember I showed you 8 scenarios. If we do all those 8 things, our growth gets to about 7.7% average. That is not enough. We need structural, we need to do more. And even on 7.7% average growth in an era of globalization, the gap between GDP per capita in Africa and the rest of the world continues to grow. So things are getting better in Africa, but more slowly than in the rest of the world. And because labor at low levels of development makes the largest contribution to growth, we have to change the ratio of our working age people to dependents. If your population profile looks like the Taj Mahal, it's nice and fat in the middle, that's when you grow. That's why India and the Asian tigers and China grew, particularly China, because it had a large working age population to dependents. Our population pyramid looks like an exaggerated version of the Eiffel Tower. If we do not change that, we cannot change the ratio of working age people to dependents and invest in making the working age people better educated and more healthy. Big, big factor. So we face real challenges. Doesn't mean things are not getting better in Africa. It just means that it's getting better slowly, and that there are certain countries, particularly and a belt across the Sahel and southward, that are condemned to poverty if they do not change the ratio of working age people to dependents, because your population is just growing too rapidly. Not nice stuff to say, but it is some of the important realities that we have to confront in the current context of climate change. So I've gone completely off tangent.
No, I mean, it's a relevant off tangent in that, and Dr. Tavella, I'll be asking you in a moment, but let me add another sort of slightly more depressing challenge to this, and that in the next 1.5 billion new population, 1.2 billion will be in cities. So what we're looking at as a slow transition is not only a locking in of underdevelopment, but also pollution and incumbent health problems along with that. So Dr. Tavella, I mean, given this slightly challenging scenario over here, and given that, how do you reconcile capital flows, CBAM, the requirements of CBAM, and what appears to be a two-speed transition in Africa? Because you're going to have countries that have access to local fossil fuels, and you have much of the population of Africa which are in countries that have no local fossil fuel trajectory. Any thoughts from your end as to what we do?
I'm going to start by maybe responding to the question that you didn't finish asking, or the comment that you made about the fact that there is potential conflict, or there could be potential conflict brewing in terms of the differences or the dynamics that we're seeing. I think one of the things that the AEP has really tried to do is to create the space for having these kinds of dialogues and these kinds of conversations. So, for instance, this very difficult conversation about the fact that for Africa, the transition may not be as straightforward as for everybody else. And what we have seen is that there is a need to create a space where we can actually have these kinds of candid conversations, where people can actually put such things on the table and then hash them out in a way that is meaningful, in a way that is respectful. And so we have, as part of our dialogue series, we actually have a very specific format that is Chatham House rules based, that involves our high level principles on both sides, to talk about some of these difficult issues. And this specific issue about, you know, the transition and the dependence or the weaning off of the fossil fuels is one topic that we have actually addressed and discussed. And I think when you create that space where we can have these conversations and where there can be mutual understanding, it does make a difference, I think, in terms of the outlook and in terms of also having that understanding that, yes, indeed, Africa is committed, but we have to also understand that Africa has to sort of find its own path and its own way in terms of how it will achieve a just transition. When it comes to the issues around, you know, as you said, countries are different. So Africa, 55 countries, all of them different, and obviously having different resources. I think the beauty then of having an overarching framework like the Container Master Plan is that it allows us to understand these differences. It allows us to assess these different dynamics, and it allows us to then begin to understand what needs to be happening where in order for countries to be moving at a relatively, I wouldn't say the same pace, but moving in the same direction, let's say, and really understanding, you know, where perhaps we need to have more investments in terms of being able to actually balance out the dynamics and the distribution of development and access to energy across the continent. It is very clear that countries are resourced differently, whether it is in terms of the natural endowments or whether it is in terms of the development trajectory. But I think the whole idea of this approach of looking at an integrated way helps us to sort of understand those dynamics and then begin to think through where should we perhaps have more investment such that we will leverage the most benefit, not for individual countries, but for the continent as a whole. And that's what the master plan is trying to do. I think similar to what Yaki's analysis has found is that with the CMP also there are different scenarios that have been you know, made in terms of just looking at the trajectory. And again, business as usual has come out as, you know, obviously not the way to go, but there have been a number of different scenarios that have been looked at to say, well, if indeed we look at a fully integrated continental situation, what does that mean and what will it take for us to achieve that? If we look at maybe a minimal integration scenario, what does that mean? What kinds of investments are we talking about? Actually achieve this. But we also are very clear with the CMP to acknowledge the fact that gas will be a transition fuel, that we cannot discount it, and we have to take cognizance of the fact that we will still need to depend in part on natural gas as a transition fuel. Now, when we look at the investments that are needed to achieve this, you know, in the full scenario of looking at regional integration scenario, we're looking at about $1.94 trillion that will be needed as investments in order to make this happen. Now, the question there becomes, where will this $1.94 trillion come from? And this is where we now have to start thinking about all these different innovative ways of actually being able, you know, and in a way that allows us, for instance, to properly leverage the resources that are out there. One thing that we have seen and noticed, there isn't enough investment. Bankability, I think, is something that we talk about a lot. And from the CMP's perspective and our NEPA's perspective, which AEP is supporting, is really trying to look at efficiencies. How can we be more efficient in the way in which we approach projects? How can we work better with countries? How can we work better across the regions so that we are not caught in this perpetual cycle of project preparation and stranded assets, as you said, that never see the light of day?
So that's a very tempting cue for me to jump in with what we do. But before we go there, we are in the last 10 minutes, and I'll be coming to the audience soon. Professor, do you have any comments on this dilemma we have, the divergence that we are seeing with the rest of the world, and even within Africa that we're potentially seeing given your scenarios? And try to keep it brief, because we should get to...
My apologies.
No worries.
Yes, so we spend a lot of time And it's important to recognize the diversity. There are some countries that we model that grow at 12, 13, 14% a year, and there are quite a few that grow at significantly at less than that. So our focus today here is on energy, and I think renaissance coming, because we can't see what else will replace your baseload requirement. Yes, there are consistent improvements in battery storage. Yes, there are all these other things that can happen, and Africa can literally go through the roof with renewables, but unless we can find an additional baseload solution, and unless we can connect Africa through grid infrastructure, smart grids, and so on and so forth, and you mentioned right at the start the biomass potential. The biomass potential, and I was Googling, by the way, while you were speaking, what Africa uses, but the biomass potential for Africa is huge. But that requires also some technological innovation, and that can, I think, in a sense, move towards a more circular economy based on biomass, can have huge potential in Africa. So those are some of the technologies and areas: nuclear, biomass, smart grids, battery storage, that I think over time can help us to overcome the immense energy poverty that Africa has, and without which it will not develop.
So prepare your questions and interventions, brief as they may be, but I'm going to take a minute to explain, and this is relevant for the here and now. What should we do in the next 2 to 3 years to set ourselves on this path for Africa's energy transition that is useful for Africa, for its resilience, for its growth, for its prosperity? And to give you an idea, Dr. Tavella mentioned, this constant loop of projects not progressing and stranded project development. That is a real issue. There is African Development Bank has assessed that there's annually $110 billion gap in all energy and infrastructure. McKinsey have estimated that about 80% of projects that start never reach financial close on the continent. Now, seeing this as an association of private sector developers, funds, DFIs, MDBs, we are very much in the business of increasing that pool of bankable projects. We meet a lot of developers who have projects. They say they're not finding risk capital of different kinds. We have a lot of my members have more capital than they can invest in any given year. So we started an accelerator as an experiment 2 years back. We have had 7 pitch sessions. We hold them like a Shark Tank, Dragon's Den kind of session. There's one going to be happening this afternoon with PIDA projects. You join us at 2 o'clock if you have nothing else better to do, and I'd encourage you to come along for that. We've had early successes. There was a $1.5 billion South African water project that serves mines and community that was stuck. They have commitments of financing, but they were not able to bring it together. They pitched in July at one of our events in Cape Town. They walked away with a $140 million equity check, along with ideas on how they could make the project more affordable. BlackRock, one of the world's most eminent investors, are investing in their first project development platform, and that is one of our graduates who've been at it for 10 years. They've been asking for capital for 10 years, and they've got it. They've landed a big whale in this regard. These things are happening, but these are granular one-off successes. How do we scale that? Is the question I will pose to the audience and to my panelists over here. So very quick interventions from the floor, if you have any, but may I start with Dr. Tavella? And sorry, you have one, sir, please, and one at the back over there.
Okay.
Oh, we've got good ones coming. Keep them quick and snappy and fast.
All right. Thank you very much, Doctor, and thank you, Madam, for the very great insights. So what I would like to ask more, my name is Femi from Lagos, Nigeria, and I pretty much understand the issues regarding having the right level of development to join the other countries of the world. But when you look at the energy systems, especially in the CMP master plan, a number of issues are being discussed that has to deal with having power pools, right? Areas where you have excess supply of power, moving to areas where you have less excess supply. But my question is, can we not look inside? Can we not create massive industries that would take and utilize that power, like the aluminium industry, steel rolling mills, and industries that take advantage of the mineral resources of that country? The sale of power, just because I have I have low demand, is not enough. I think the potential of that country should be looked at to say, within this country, what else can we do with the remaining 200 megawatts of power that we have? Where are the industries? Where are the mineral industries? Where are the large-scale shipyards that we can build that can take up that power and industrialize the country itself? So my own view is not just about selling excess power, but looking within your own country to see how can you optimize your industrial base. Thank you.
We'll take one or two other interventions. So your question is really about a master plan or the lack thereof. We had some hands in the back. I'll go back and forth. Please. Yes, one from yourself, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My name is Bob Felix. I work for the African Energy Commission. My question, thank you, panelists. My question goes to Jackie, and thank you very much for the analysis. I have two questions. One, you presented a very interesting scenario here for the forecast, particularly towards the Agenda 2063, and we saw that, for example, the per capita emission for Africa compared to the rest of the world would be probably higher at that time. And I wanted to ask you whether projects like, for example, the African energy energy efficiency strategy that is being implemented right now as part of the flagship projects are taken into consideration. There is also effort that has been made, which is very significant, for example, on the measurement, monitoring, reporting and verifications on emissions, particularly for the fossil fuel industry, which you said will be part of our energy mix for quite a long time on the continent. So how does that factor in terms of the projection towards 2063? The second one is you presented that the best possible scenario for tackling this probably equitably across the board is the differentiated scenario, which depends on country rating. And my question there is, we know that country ratings are also dependent. For example, if you take a parameter like the GDP, which you mentioned, or the GDP per capita, which you said it's more, it's better comparable, then you'll realize that on the continent, we have different countries that are probably more dependent on what contributes to their GDP is probably fossil fuel that are more dependent, and you gave a good example of Nigeria and many others. So how does that then factor in terms of the scenario? Because that's what gives always the difficulties in even discussions, in COP discussions, whether it comes when you talk about differentiated scenario or you talk about the high emitters being able to have that carbon tax included in the scenario.
We'll take one more question at the back again. We had the lady in the red over there.
I'm sorry. I think he already addressed most of my concerns, but one of the last things that I would like to congratulate Professor Towela is really the consideration of how Africa's growth should be perceived from its own perspective. I think we're going to go around again and make the same mistakes by trying to always label this continent as poor as it is, but whereas the new narrative from the African perspective is actually saying something different. So I think integrating our common cooperation in terms of how we perceive each other, and not just always from the perspective of coming to always tell the Africans all the time that they cannot do it if it's not this way. So I just want to thank all of you for your contribution, and we are learning a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Vela and Professor, would you like to take turns and answer some of these questions?
Thank you very much, I think, to the lady for the last comment, which I think was just a comment, not a question. But I will maybe speak to my brother from Nigeria's question. I like that question very much because it opens a conversation that we do need to have. So the idea is not that we just want to trade in electricity. Ultimately, the idea, first of all, is that we want to make sure that the continent is producing enough energy to industrialize and to follow that development trajectory that we're talking about. That's the prize. The prize is that we want the continent to have enough energy such that we can industrialize and meet the demands of our citizenry and not have this narrative of the 600 million that don't have access. We should reverse that narrative. So that's the objective, is not for us to trade. The idea, though, is the fact that an understanding that regions and countries are at different levels of development. They have different endowments in terms of their ability to even generate electricity. And therefore, we need to make it possible that if Nigeria, as he has said, your population dynamics are such that you will need a lot of energy, which maybe may not be met by national generation or production. Where will you get that energy from? You may need to import it from your neighbors. You may need to even import it from other regions. How will that happen? We will need to make sure then that, number one, the national infrastructure is adequate to be able to generate and distribute whatever energy is being produced or imported. Number two, you will need to be connected to your neighbors in order for you to be able to import energy from them. Number three, as regions, our regions also need to be connected because, again, there will be some regions that will just have a glut of energy that they will not be able to absorb. So where will that energy go? So the idea is that we need to have the infrastructure, the enabling environment, the capacity, the skills to be able to create this interconnectedness that allows us to be able to move energy across the continent as we need to move it, and when we have more than we can use, to sell it to our partners and other countries across. So it's not that the objective is for us to sell energy. That's not the objective. The objective for us is really to look at our development trajectory, to look at how we industrialize and how we provide access to electricity for our population.
So we're 15 seconds out of time. And Professor, please give concluding remarks over here. I'm happy to carry on the conversation for another 5 minutes if all of you are willing to sacrifice some lunch time. But please, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I think want to piggyback on the remarks that you have made and also talk a little bit about industrialization and so on. We spend all our time looking at all of these issues because the term is really sequencing a little bit. But let me first start with what I consider to be a fundamental point, and that is that to leapfrog, you need two things. You need household electricity access and you need internet access for all your population. Without those two things, you cannot leapfrog. And what is leapfrogging? Leapfrogging is being able to develop more rapidly than would otherwise have been possible. Africa has played around with different strategies of beneficiation, industrialization for decades. We've had the one plan after the other, from Abuja to Lagos, NEPAD, Agenda 2063. There are many reasons why the continent struggles to develop more rapidly. We have a higher disease burden than any other region, and one can carry on about some of these factors and explain them to you. But the fundamental requirements really is that from a sequencing perspective, remember we model these 8 sectors agriculture, manufacturing, and so on, and compare them. And it depends if your country is a lower middle, upper middle, or high income country, and what your specific context is, where you should invest and where you should push. The most fundamental requirement, particularly for our low and low middle income countries, is that we have not had an agricultural revolution in Africa. Without agriculture, you cannot industrialize. If you do not embark upon an agricultural revolution, because the relationship between agriculture and industry is very strong. In actual fact, you cannot go up the agro-processing value chain without industry. And these things are all related. What we often try and do on the continent is we think we can jumpstart industrialization. No country has been able to do that. The Soviet Union tried that. But what happened with the Asian tigers, with China, with all of them, they went up, they had an agricultural revolution and used that as a basis to slowly and steadily go up the industrialization curve. It was a slow, laborious, and difficult period, and they didn't have China as the manufacturing hub of the world. Our future in manufacturing is going to be very, very difficult because China manufactures everything, and competing with them is very difficult. So how these things work together is complex. There's no single solution. We have to look individually at every country, look at what its potential is, and then try and find ways in which we can build upon its potential. But I go back to those two fundamental requirements for leapfrogging. If we do not give our people household electricity and internet access, that is the way in which we develop our society as a whole. Because with those two requirements, you can leapfrog in education, you can leapfrog in health, and all other things. But what we often want to do is we want to jump. We want to beneficiate. If you don't have a manufacturing industry, you cannot beneficiate. If you don't have electricity, you cannot beneficiate. So the pathways are complicated and they are difficult, but we in a sense need to look at the fundamentals of what it requires to develop.
So Professor,
general remarks.
Complicated and difficult, but not impossible.
Not impossible at all.
And if I may, on that note, just provide a ray of hope over here in that. I've personally seen countries finance projects in about 30 plus countries outside of Africa. I've seen countries go through that inflection point where first nothing works and then everything works and there's rapid scale up. So the question is, guaranteed there'll be about a dozen countries in Africa that'll get to that. The question is, can we help bring that inflection point faster? Can we help other countries that are finding it difficult to get to that inflection point faster? And to the point of the lady made and the gentleman from Nigeria, we have the capability and the capital on the continent. The challenge is to create replicable models of success and encourage repetition and replication of those. That is what that learning curve that we learn in university is about. There is a lot of effort, it's our ideas to bring it all together over here. So ladies and gentlemen, with that note, I should really let you get on with lunch. We are around in the conference, we are around here right now. I'm sorry we couldn't get to all the points and questions that were raised, but please find us, talk to us, carry on the conversation, and hopefully we'll meet soon enough to do this again. So thank you very much. Please join me in welcoming. Onwards and upwards.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going out for lunch now, and we'll be locking the conference room. So please, everybody, go to the lunch room.
اللي هي
don't talk long. You talk like 2 minutes.
Why don't you let me speak
Last, so that he closes the ceremony. Okay. Let me wait. Let me call him. Yes. Okay. I start. Okay. 1 minute. Yes.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Say thank you. It's an honor to stand before you today. It's a privilege to be here, to be able to keep pushing forward the agenda of Africa's development. PIDA Week is not only a success, but is a platform that brings us great privilege, and it's an honor as Africans to participate. I want to thank AUDA-NEPAD for its role, the vital work that it does in this continent to advance us forward for generations to come. Today, we are not here to only talk about strategies, but we're here to talk about models and implementations and the work, the wonderful work that AUDA-NEPAD has done to push us forward further. Our theme is all about private sector participation to the green transition in Africa through low carbon and renewable energy. As I stand here before you today, I want to say I am honored, my esteemed colleagues, to stand before you. The discussions that have gone on for the last 2 days have been not only important, but are shaping the narrative for Africa's development. I would like to welcome Mr. Aaron Mutela from Ministry of Infrastructure, Zambia, to give the keynote speech.
Thank you, moderator. The moderator, the CEO of AUDA-NEPAD, the panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes. It is an honor to address you on this platform where Africa's vision for sustainable development and energy transformation takes center stage. On behalf of the Ministry of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development in the Republic of Zambia, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to PIDA and AUDA-NEPAD for hosting this pivotal discussion on private sector contribution to the green transition in Africa through renewable energy. Ladies and gentlemen, PIDA and AUDA-NEPAD have been instrumental in shaping Africa's infrastructure agenda. Your unwavering commitment to fostering regional integration and promoting sustainable development has laid a strong foundation for transformative initiatives like the Africa Green Transition PPP Fund. Your leadership ensures that Africa remains at the forefront of innovative solutions, driving the transition to renewable energy, whilst addressing the continent's pressing developmental challenges. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's energy market presents immense opportunities for growth and innovation, yet it faces significant challenges. Regulatory barriers and underdeveloped infrastructure continue to hinder progress. However, we recognize that these challenges can only be addressed through collaborative efforts between the public and private sectors. The private sector brings the much-needed capital, technical expert, and innovative approaches, and these are vital to scaling renewable energy projects. By fostering public-private partnerships, we can unlock Africa's vast renewable energy potential and achieve the African single electricity market and Continental Master Plan objectives. The panel discussion this afternoon will not only highlight the importance of renewable energy in Africa's growth trajectory, but also emphasizes the critical role of public-private partnerships in realizing a green, sustainable future for our continent. The forum is therefore vital to generating actionable insights, building strategic alliances, and identifying key areas where the private sector can drive Africa's energy integration and green transition. As Zambia, we fully endorse and encourage private sector participation, knowing fully well that public-private partnership collaboration is the cornerstone of sustainable development and social progress. Ladies and gentlemen, Zambia is steadfast in its commitment to the green transition, guided by the principles of sustainability, inclusivity, and innovation. We are leveraging private sector investments to drive economic growth, reduce carbon emission, and strengthen regional energy networks. Therefore, as a government, we are committed to, one, facilitating policy reforms through streamlining regulatory frameworks to create a conducive environment for private sector investments. 2, providing incentives by considering tax incentives and other mechanisms to de-risk renewable energy projects. And 3, championing regional cooperation by collaborating with neighboring countries to promote energy market integration and cross-border trade. Ladies and gentlemen, the launch of the African Green Transitional PPP Fund represents a historic milestone for Africa. This initiative, in collaboration with Qatar Energy, Castle Pines Global Equity, PB Capital, and AUDA NEPAD, is a beacon of hope for Africa's energy future. It not only mobilizes private sector investment, but also provides capacity building, risk mitigation, and the development of resilient energy systems. Ladies and gentlemen, the green transition is not merely a goal, it is a responsibility that rests on our shoulders. As we move forward, I urge all stakeholders, governments, private investors, development partners, and the civil society to deepen their commitment to Africa's energy transformation. Let us seize this opportunity to 1, mobilize investment in renewable energy, 2, accelerate regional energy integration, and 3, build a sustainable future for generations to come. As I conclude, allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to PIDA and AUDA NEPAD for bringing us together to chart the path towards Africa's energy future. Zambia stands ready to contribute and collaborate, ensuring that the green transition becomes a reality, not just for our country, but for the entire region. We remain committed to advancing this agenda, working alongside visionary partners like the Africa Green Transitional PPP Fund to make Africa's energy aspirations a reality. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Aaron. I believe there's no better way to set the pace by setting examples. And thank you for coming forward and standing as a country to move forward towards the green transition. Thank you very much. I would like to call upon Mr. Amin Idris, Director of Infrastructure and Energy, AUDA NEPAD, to make a short speech before we proceed.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies. I would like as well to recognize the presence in the room of Her Excellency Madame Nardos Bekele Thomas, who joined us actually to listen to our conversation. This is a very important conversation. It's critical, especially in the triple context of number 1, the way we are now in a position to accelerate the implementation of PIDA, number 2, in the context of the ACFTA, and number 3, more importantly, in the context of the Africa Continental Power System Master Plan and the Africa Single Electricity Market. In fact, going back now to the Continental Power System Master Plan, you could see with the way it has been framed, how much space we have dedicated to private sector. In fact, the Continental Power System Master Plan itself can't become a reality without investment from the private sector. And what I'm saying is based on 4 different factors. Number 1, as of now, our power generation capacity is around 230 gigawatt. You know, this is across the continent, with about 20% of it coming mostly, 20% of it coming from renewable, 25%, up to 30%, depending on who does the number, who actually does the math. That's what I was saying yesterday. Secondly, we want to multiply by 4 up to 5 the power generation capacity by 2040, moving from 230 gig to about 1200 gigawatt of power capacity power generation capacity. So which is extremely important. And that cannot be done alone on public funds. And even if it's public fund, it still requires actual intervention of private sector. But over and above the multiplication by 5 of the power generation capacity, we also need to invest massively in building transmission infrastructure, transmission, transport, distribution infrastructure. And basically, if in the past there were kind of monopoly from public sector, especially on the transmission line. We start to see more and more countries moving toward BOT, especially even PPP, or just bringing in the private sector for the construction and the operationalization of transmission lines. So you can see that private sector is there everywhere. Now, addition to that, one of the key finding from the CMP report is that though we have 230 gigawatt of power capacity, power generation, between now and 2040, about half of them would be as well decommissioned, and they must be replaced. So we are not just going to increase, we must make sure that we replace what we have already. And if you put all those things, with all the ongoing transformation of the financial industry, the financial system and sector in Africa, you could see that actually we cannot do otherwise than actually working with the private sector to make sure that we achieve our goals and our commitment toward, number one, achieving universal access, though in the CMP we say 82% actually of access directly from the grid, and the remaining coming from mini grids and other solutions, and then as well keeping our commitment toward energy transition and decarbonization. If you look at the CMP, about 65% of the power generation capacity between now and 2040 are supposed to come from a mix, mostly actually from a mix of renewable, being solar, hydro, or biomass, you know, or even green hydrogen, you know. So rooms are there. Now, to conclude, there are two things that we have been doing in ODA-NEPAD actually to make sure that we bring private sector. Number one, we have designed the service delivery mechanism, and when in the redesign of the service delivery mechanism, we have made sure that we bring private sector from the inception of the project. So it means that now that we are building really the pipeline of projects of the Continental Power System Master Plan, this is where the private sector is supposed to be. So we are happy to see that you are with us from the beginning. That's one. Two, we have the Continental Business Network, which is a full component of the service delivery mechanism. The idea here is that once we have, since we are starting with the private sector from the inception, and along the way, when we are moving, we must make sure that opportunities are discussed with the private sector. Private sector means developers, it means investors, it means financiers, it means those who are providing risk insurance, guarantee, and so on and so forth, including as well, why not, civil society. So we want the process to be as inclusive as it is. So this is actually what we are offering, and in February summit we are going to have here in Addis Ababa, we are going to convene the private sector actually to discuss with them. We have another mechanism called Presidential Initiative Champion of Infrastructure. You know, PC. I don't know where one of the E is what exactly. You know, so it's always initiative or infrastructure. Anyway, so we are convening 10 head of states and government here for a breakfast, the PC breakfast, and we are going to combine this PC breakfast actually with the 10, maybe more head of states and government to be invited by President Ramaphosa here, you know, for this breakfast. We bring as well private sector. The idea is to bring the private sector, you know, to discuss, to agree on how we are going to move together projects, you know, for infrastructure so that we achieve our goals. Number one, universal access. Number two, decarbonization and energy transition. And number three, transforming our economy. So that's what I can say to start with. And thank you for actually coming here. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Director Idris. That was very informative and very enlightening. We thank you for your support. If we could quickly have the presentation about the Green Transition PPP Fund come on the screen, I'd appreciate. All right. So the African Green Transition PPP Fund has been a collaborative effort between Prime Business Capital, Castle Pines Global Equity, Qatar Energy, ODA-NEPAD, and our regional partners on the banking side, DBSA. Let's move forward. So our vision is to ensure that the Africa Green Transition Fund is dedicated to advancing renewable energy and low carbon projects in the African region. This would not have been possible if we were not collaborating with AUDENEPAD to show us exactly how to be able to move so that we can include all stakeholders, both government and on the private sector. We have strategic partners. We have Qatar Energy spearheading the fund's initiative. It's a consortium of multiple renewable energy companies from various countries. We have a company in Europe called Enzo Gembahar that we work hand in hand with. The CEO is here with us today. We have MFI Energy that works with the California Commission of Energy. They're on the Zoom meeting. They'll be joining us. You have Eagle Pride Power. You have Pyrocarbon Energy. And you also have other companies that will keep joining us as we keep growing the consortium towards furthering our cause through the Green Transition Fund. If we could proceed, please. Why we choose to invest in Africa. Africa is an economic giant. It has been untapped for far too long. Change is coming, but that change will only come if we have models that directly address our problems. But these have to be tailor-made solutions, country by country, not one cut across the entire sector. Africa is a continent of multiple countries. We all bring different things to the table. We are diverse. We are unique in the way our systems are set up. So the difference about this fund and what it brings to the table is that we recognize each country's uniqueness. We acknowledge it, and we're working with them hand in hand to ensure that we create the best financial models that will suit their economies so that we may be able to advance. Thank you very much. I think we can stop here now and we can begin the panel session. Allow me. Thank you so much. Allow me to introduce the panel here today. First of all, I would like Mr. Femi to start by introducing himself and what he does, briefly.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you, Vanessa, for that wonderful presentation. My name is Femi Awofala. I represent a firm called the African Catalyst, and we are focused on building capacity for early-stage project developers in Africa who are basically the foundation of what you call your private sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Femi. Michael, could you go on?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Michael Mokopa, and I am part of Qatar Energy. So my role in this panel discussion is to share our vision as part of Qatar Energy.
Thank you, Michael. Dishego?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ditsa Hotebe. I am representing the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wolfgang?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Wolfgang Kröpfel. I'm the CEO of the ENSO GmbH, the ENSO Group. We are an international acting asset manager and M&A advisor.
Thank you very much. Aaron, we already introduced you, so we can go ahead with Tafadzwa.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Tafadzwa Mgwagwa, General Manager and Head of African Investment for a private equity fund called Casablanca Global Equities. It is also worth just to say we are private equity, but most of our investment capital comes from pension funds, and these are pension funds of Europe and America and private insurance pension funds. I hope to achieve a quite stimulating conversation in terms of how do we challenge ourselves to think differently in terms of financing large infrastructure projects for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. AUDENEPAD.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Mutukwa Ben Musole. I work as a Senior Program Officer for Climate Finance at the African Union Development Agency. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, thank you very much, panel. I'm going to start with Mr. Tafadzwa Mugwagwa. I want us to talk about partnership models. Could you elaborate on successful examples, but also on how partnerships can change the global landscape as far as investment facilitation is concerned, specifically for the African region, and how we can leverage on that to further unlock funding in this climate where there's a big gap when it comes to financing projects in the African region?
Okay, thank you, moderator. I think, if I may start by a question I ask myself every day, when you look at Africa as a continent, So I'm the son of the soil, but I've spent most of my adult life in London. So I've had exposure in terms of different ways of actually doing things. And part of this, the question has always been, how do we provide cheap capital across the continent that is...
Your mic, please. Put it closer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So how do we provide cheap capital across the continent, which is patient? Because I think listening over the last 2 days, all of us do agree the challenge is the financing gap, but also the challenge is just not in terms of financing gap, but also the challenge is the capital offer we get is quite not just only expensive, but most cases it's short term. And how do you then be able to bring in the right capital? So that has been what has exercised me, and working with Castle Pines. The Triple P has been a very, very game changer. Looking at Zambia as an example for the models that can actually unlock this. But I want to talk about a few things that we can do to complement some of those efforts that we're getting across the continent in terms of bridging the gap. So Triple P, really, for us as an equity investor, we're doing away with the debt legacy. So often, most of our Africa projects would always have a larger element of debt. We actually offer 100% financing in equity. So right away, you can see how that starts to change the conversation on the table, because we're beginning to de-risk the whole project and attract more investment to come on board. And then secondly, what we do in Triple P, in particular working with governments out in NEPAD, is provide what we call access to earnings from day one. So when the project is actually commissioned, you start to earn. So often we do realize that most government parastatals are broke. Part of it is because they've been raising that equity through other avenues, to the extent that when you get a concession, there's not much income that comes straight away. So we provide that as a partner, and I think this is a true partnership, a Triple P venture partnership that we're looking for. And I think also we got to look at the net present value and capital gains that come from infrastructure. And you start to realize how you unlock the value chain in terms of working with government and public sector, but leveraging on private sector, where we can also work with markets and support development of markets that pay competitive tariffs. Because I think one of the difficulties we face in green transition, particularly energy across the continent, is heavily subsidized tariffs that doesn't actually work and put a strain on the much more needed resources at a government level. So we bring that in terms of a change where we can structure the markets in terms of identifying what we call anchor markets. So these are export earning productive sectors that can come in and also play a role. It's not just about the financing aspect, but it's also about the bankability of projects. I'm going to pause there because I've shared some of the high-level benefits of what this different type of finance brings to the table, but I want to leave time for questions so we can engage properly. Thanks, moderator.
Thank you so much, Tafadzwa. If I'd go straight to Mr. Aaron Mutela, and if you could tell us about policy, specifically, what steps is Zambia taking to establish policies that encourage private sector investment in low-carbon projects and renewable energy projects?
Thank you, moderator. The role of government in this case is creating an enabling and conducive environment for private sector investment. In the Zambian case, what we have done is, first of all, to enact Energy Regulation Act number 12 of 2019, which governs the renewable energy sector. Now, there are other, this law is supplemented by other specific policies and strategic framework, which includes one, the renewable energy feed-in tariff strategy. It is a government power sector initiative to accelerate private entry and investment in small and medium-sized renewable energy projects of up to 20 megawatts. Then we also have the Renewable Energy Strategy and Action Plan, which targets about 500 megawatts of renewable energy by 2030, with an emphasis on solar energy. Then not only that, government is also providing tax holidays. You may wish to note that the energy sector is in a priority sector, and therefore there are tax holidays that are given to investors that go in these priority sectors. Let me hasten mention specifically here that government has imposed zero duty on the importation of solar equipment. This is just to encourage citizens to use more of solar than traditional hydropower. Not only that, in order to remove bureaucratic barriers and fast-track private sector investment in public sector, as a government, we have established the public-private agency, which coordinates and spearheads the development and investment of triple P funded projects. Maybe I can end here, Madam Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aaron. I would like to move to Femi. I'm very fascinated with this project of yours, especially on early stage development of and how to tackle that aspect. So I want to ask you, what is the importance of green infrastructure and investment in renewable powered, not only renewable power, but low carbon powered transportation systems, and the role of early stage project preparation?
Thank you very much, Vanessa. So African Catalyst is basically a platform that we use to develop the right level of capacity for early stage preparation of large scale infrastructure projects. If you understand early stage preparation in two parts, from the public sector, they look at early stage preparation, or what you call project preparation facilities, as ways in which a project can be de-risked and allow that project to be able to thrive by interacting with private sector. But most times, is majorly focused on a pre-feasibility study or a feasibility study. But we at African Catalyst believe it's a little bit more than that. Number one is the sector that project is being done. If that project does not have the right private sector participation framework by the government of that economy or that state, then the feasibility might just say it works, but a lot more needs to be done. Things also that has to do with the likes of willingness to pay, the ability for the government to be ready to procure the project properly. Because most amount of times in green infrastructure projects, it's a lovely idea, it's good to have electric vehicles, it's good to have climate-related assets, but the capacity of the various public sector professionals in the ministries of the PPPs may not necessarily have the right understanding of what exactly is this project going to do, and how does it impact the private sector. And most times, negotiations break down at that stage, and the project doesn't move forward. So we have come in to build that capacity for the public sector. In terms of the private sector, most times when you do an infrastructure project or a PPP, unlike the technology projects or a tech or a fintech, where you could say there's a minimum viable product. This is my fintech app. Oh, I have 5 subscribers, I have 200 subscribers. When you do an infrastructure project in transport, renewable energy, or whatever, you have no minimum viable product. You just have an idea, some set of reports, some agreements, and people who believe in you. So when you tell somebody to give you a project preparation funding of $2 million or even $500,000, he cannot understand. He cannot understand why, because there's no proof of concept for infrastructure projects. So what we've now done is that entrepreneurs, private sector individuals, need to be able to generate traction. So what do you mean by traction? You need to be able to take ownership of the project and communicate the project properly to the private sector, to early stage investors, to the likes of the various funders on this table, in such a way they see that you are not being handheld overly. So we have basically designed what we call the Early Stage Investment Readiness Program that is applicable to any sector, and you basically will be able to use that to build the traction of your project. One thing is key is the fact that most project preparation facilities are available. They wouldn't just fund you based on your idea. They need a lot more. They need you to show the skin in the game. And most times, the ability for major infrastructure project developers at the very early stage, at the seed stage, they find it very difficult because they've gone to meet a consultant and the guy has done a feasibility and they feel that is all. So we have a 6-month program that will enshrine you into what it takes to de-risk a project, to come up with a risk register, to develop your pitch deck, and to be ready to engage with investors properly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Femi. That was very insightful. If we can go ahead and please talk to Mr. Michael Mogopa. I want you to just tell us what innovations has Qatar Energy adopted in its renewable energy projects to support the green transition in Africa.
Thank you, Vanessa. As you pointed out in your presentation earlier, Qatar Energy is a consortium of various companies that originate across the globe. And what they are bringing is not just their technical capabilities, their experience, but it also the ability to be able to innovate in this ever-changing technological world. I mean, without innovation, you can't bring in new technology. What new technology does it enables us to be able to deliver quicker, faster, and more efficiently. So from that point of view, the kind of technologies that we look at are improving grid in terms of the intelligence systems that we put in the grid to be able to enhance supply, improve efficiency and reliability. Issues around storage, whether it's storage at the site or storage along the grid. Even the storage itself, we're starting to look at things like solid-state batteries, which are able to store much larger capacity energy, and are able to you can recharge them much quicker than some of the existing storage capacities.
Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you very much. Ben, if I may come to you, I want to just ask, what opportunities do funds like the Africa Green Transition PPP Fund present for Africa member states? If we could just delve into that a little bit, and if you could talk to us for a minute.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. As you understand already, most of our member states are struggling with debt, and therefore the coming on board of the private capital.
Your mic, Ben.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I think that the chairs are quite low. Yes, like I was saying, our member states are struggling with debt, and indeed something that this fund that will help alleviate the fiscal strain on some of the member states will indeed add a lot of value. And in terms of particularly how from a financial perspective, this is addressed, was well spoken to by Tafazwa here. But to delve into particularly some of the commitments that our member states have made in some of the nationally determined contributions, they're quite ambitious, and some of them require colossal funding, which cannot be made from public funding.
All right. If I could have Ms. Dishago from UNIDO, I want to just understand, how does UNIDO facilitate partnerships between Africa governments and private sector to accelerate low carbon and renewable energy projects?
Thank you, Vanessa, for that question. I think just utilizing my past experience of working within a national government and working to create an investment strategy for that country, which is South Africa. One of the areas when we were engaging with our private sector stakeholders that kind of dovetails into what UNIDO does and how we work is one of the areas that private sector really wants to see happening when engaging with governments is predictability and having an enabling regulatory space to work in. And that has been sometimes a big challenge for private sector investors, fund managers, when they're not really well affairs with that country. There are certain regulations and policies that need to be in place to give them confidence that this country is an investment destination for them, and they can see their projects growing, and their projects will be safe and secure. So as UNIDO, we do a couple of areas of assistance with our governments and private sector, especially within the renewable energy space. In South Africa right now, we're focusing heavily on the green hydrogen space and looking at how we can assist government with implementing their green hydrogen policies. But just going back to what we do as a whole, we firstly start with capacity building for member states. So we work with governments to develop regulatory frameworks and policies in creating these enabling environments for private investors. We assist with technical assistance. So we do training, technical support of government institutions, government technocrats, to help them better engage with the private sector.
All right. If I may ask if we can have Mr. David Kafulila for closing remarks, as we are short of time.
Sure.
He's going to join us through Zoom. IT? He's not on. All right. I think in the interest of time, if I may just quickly have Mr. Wolfgang say a word about how asset managers can actually bring value, and as far as fund mobilization is concerned, how we can leverage that as a continent.
Yeah, we are acting as an asset manager in the renewable sector since quite a long time. We are organized not only as a financial asset manager, but with the technical team. So we cover the whole value chain of renewable and decarbonization projects, which is very important to give added value to the projects and to the fund. And we are part of the Qatar Energy, one of the professional partners to the Qatar Energy, which is the GP of the fund. And most important is that you said for a private partnership, the predictability, it's very, very important. And it also should be from the perspective of the financing, and also from the decision and how a project is structured. And that's what we do for more than 2 gigawatt on installed capacity in different technologies, from hydropower, water, hydropower, solar, wind, and also green hydrogen.
Yes, thank you so much, Wolfgang. First of all, I want to say thank you to the audience for your patience. I want to just say for closing remarks that this is our call to action, the implementation of the African Green Transition PPP Fund. So far, there's already a pledge of $500 million to kickstart the fund, and we aim to be able to reach a $7 billion mark in our first target. Things have to change as far as fund mobilization is concerned. We need to move urgently. We need partnerships. Like AFDB, we need the banks with us. We have Development Bank of South Africa. Castle Pines is coming in with over 800 pension funds behind it from Europe and the US. I urge other stakeholders to join us in our force to try and move the continent forward as far as the green transition is concerned. It's a long journey ahead, but together we can do it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have another session with the CEO in the multipurpose hall. Please let me guide you there, otherwise I'll be in trouble. Have a good day. Thank you.
Can you take a photo of me there? I want to just stay here for a minute to have a photo.
I used to be a photographer before phones were introduced.
Oh, is that right? They all say that, and then they give you the worst looking photo.
Yeah, just because sometimes you guys are looking for...
No, there's not impossible angle. Oops.
Yes, we're just outside. You'll see us outside.
How are you?
Fine. How are you?
I'm fine. My name is Kristen. I'm inviting you to come to the next one and then we'll give you.
Yes, this is what we are going to do. Yeah, definitely. It's very good. Yeah, perfect. I give you a card.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes, yes. Can I have your card? Okay, that's fine because I have your number. WhatsApp. Yeah. Lovely meeting you. Oh, really? Oh, I see. No, lovely. Lovely to meet you. Yes, definitely.
One. This one, Mike. Thank you very much. This one. Check one, Mike. This one. This is PIDA week. This one. This one. This one. This one. Oh, the second organization of the African countries.